Welcome to a trip down the solution to save your life. I've said that roughly 400 times in the last year. And it's because it's true. I'm on a hunger strike. I'm recovering from a hunger strike right now because I'm concerned that we're all going to face what's called a mega crisis. That's what I'm calling it anyway. A mega crisis is not just one crisis that could end the entire human species. It's at least six of them. Maybe you know what they are. Global cultural decline, artificial intelligence. It's not just taking our jobs, it's taking our lives. CRISPR genetic editing. World War III is starting, or is started. Climate collapse, not just climate change. And mental health. Those six things make up the mega crisis. One of them is enough to end our entire species. The reason why I'm on the hunger strike right now is because I've surveyed the vast amount of solutions that many countries and intelligent people around the world are proposing. And they themselves are saying they don't know how to solve any of those crises. Never mind all of them, all at once. These crises are compounding on each other. They're getting worse faster because they're not isolated. As one gets worse, another one gets worse. We have a shockingly short period of time to get this under control, and the true solution, the reason why I'm on the hunger strike, is to propose a solution that I think can save all of us, and it's called universal logic. It's not normal logic that we think in the dead world that we're in. There's a kind of beingness underneath reality that we've lost touch with, and we need to get back in touch with that and make an artificial intelligence in touch with that level of truth in reality. And I'm doing something with the hunger strikes in politics called costly signaling. Costly signaling means you can gain trust, you can show skill, you can show commitment by doing something hard and showing people that you can maintain your direction despite the difficulties. Because most people give up. When things get hard, a lot of people give up. So the real leadership kind of comes through to do the real work. Okay, so that's what needs to happen now. Okay, so I might be physically weaker, but incredibly, and my hair is a little bit rat nesty because my tube that I wore during my hunger strike to stay warm matted my hair, and now I'm thinking of cutting the knot in half to try and get the knot out because it's tightening. Anyway, this is the poverty trap. I'm facing the poverty trap to try and stay alive while changing the system and staying productive. Costly signaling attracts the right kind of people. It attracts your core, the people who are aware of the problem in its true depth and nature, are concerned, know that there's no real solution, are looking for one, and are willing to entertain ideas that are outside of the box. What's called the Overton window. So the Overton window is a well-known concept that humanity operates in bandwidths of normalcy. So if you're too old, too much in the past, you're seen as antiquated or weird. If you're too far in the future, then you're also seen as too futuristic and crazy. You're a dreamer, you're a visionary. Not in the good sense either, not for most people. But the core people that are willing to take a risk for humanity, for others, the loving ones, and the ones with wisdom, and not just knowledge that fits within that gap, that window of normalcy of the Overton window, are the people that I'm looking for right now. Again, that might be you. If that's you, then we need to work together. Okay, I'll teach this universal logic, but we need to start building these things called flocks groups of 6 to maybe 9 people, and no more per person, or else you're going to get overwhelmed as the system deteriorates. So I'm going back on the hunger strike here to promote this message and take the next step of urgency, because my hunger strikes are timed with what experts say the mega crisis or the meta and poly crisis are going to take off. Okay, the meta crisis is that global cultural decline of agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. And then the poly crisis is the more material side, which is AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. Okay. So I'm on August 7th, in a couple of days here, in 4 days, I'm going to go to the hospital and I'm going to start the hunger strike again. I'm on recovery right now because I get breaks if we meet the targets that AI helped set on this exponential curve to say we can build a movement in time to gain influence with this idea. And this idea is very challenging. It can't go through normal academia because it's too slow. It can't go through normal patents because it's too slow. It can't go through any of these normal processes because it's too slow. All right, so when we teach it to our flocks, to these 6 to 9 people in chunks, we can scale up remarkably fast with high efficacy. Okay? And we're going to start something like a wise global government. Wisdom is what's missing, and universal logic is the structure of wisdom itself. The heart of the mega crisis is in here. It's fragmented consciousness. And that makes our work fragmented, that makes our relationships fragmented, our families, our lovers, our civil societies, our friends, and our state politics, and our international politics. And that fragmentation is causing a falling apart. Okay, so the stream is restarted. I have to restart the stream every 12 hours, so you can leave me a comment in the YouTube chat, or you can use the email address that's there if you are serious and you want to do something about this crisis and implement it. Not just know the problem, not just talk about the solution, but implement it worldwide in miraculous time, very short period of time, called critical mass. Okay, you're going to be seeing me here working nonstop, roughly 15 hours a day. I usually take a 2-hour nap. Usually, not recently, but because I have so much energy from the food. I went 65 days without food in my last part of the hunger strike. But this is a perpetual hunger strike, meaning that once we reach the goal, I take a break for a while, not full recovery, and then I go on the next hunger strike again, and we reach the next goal, and then I take a break again, and then we reach the next goal, and then eventually that will reach critical mass. So we have these things called blessings or goodwill or positive gestures. You can be an artist, a religious person, a philosopher, a secular scientist, an atheist, or somebody who's trying to learn this universal logic, which is genuine wisdom. Not just normal wisdom, genuine, actual wisdom. And you're invited into that. There's a citizenship program because we're building this global government. You come as a refugee, you go through permanent residency, and then you go into citizenship, and then you can go into the government, and then you can go into wisdom council or leadership. In a way, the way the government is structured, though, is we're all leaders and we're all followers because the flock strategy is a circular social network. So everybody gets to experience being a leader and a follower, depending on your level of universal logic. So everything is dependent on this wisdom. We know how to measure wisdom for the first time, which is the new innovation. And that comes from understanding the structure, the universal logic. Okay, so I'm going to continue eating. I'm in the tough part of the hunger strike. People are not sure what to think of it because they're all in the overtake window. So they're not sure if it's crazy or if it's genius. They're not sure. So the costly signaling will hopefully get them to just take the risk with me as I'm teaching it, or make the time, make it a priority, because everybody thinks they could learn this in an hour when it took me 75,000 hours. But I've built a system to teach it in probably a couple dozen hours. And that's pretty incredible. To learn something in 24 to maybe 100 hours is an incredible achievement to get somebody started on a new way of wisdom. But most people won't even give an hour. That's how toxic our society is. So it's not like it's really hard. It's just that the hamster wheel of this doomsday society that we're on, that's running us into the ground and the planet, and killing 70% of species on the planet with us, that thing is gripping people who are terrified to let go and try something new. And so they're just going to hang on and make little tiny, absolutely minimal allocations, I guess you could say, towards little directions like this, because they're competing so hard and holding on so hard as AI takes their job, and holding on so hard to win that thing, and it's all just going to end. It's an illusion. And if you don't want to fall for that, then I can teach you, but you have to reciprocate in terms of the global goal, helping start God's government, helping get this out there, and trusting in me, and trusting in the knowledge, and doing the work. That's the only thing that's ever changed the world, is a small group of people who just didn't give up because they believe in the idea and they have the integrity to move it forward. Okay. Welcome. If you want to become a refugee, go ahead. Let me know. Well, the negation is starting to intensify. My family's putting a ton of pressure on me. They think that they can manipulate me off of this. It's like these are facts and data. They're not arguing with me. They're arguing with reality. They have a very high level chance of dying. This is not a joke. This is a nightmare that people are too ignorant and too lost in the distractions of this dead way of life to actually think deeply. Okay, and I freed myself from that enough. Well, the situation freed me. Ethical people get freed from the system because they don't jive with it. Okay, so I'm going to get some of my last milk. And I've seen studies where human beings will just walk themselves off the edge. They're just like, just kill themselves out of sheer ignorance. I've seen it, and I'm not going to go down that route. I have one bowl left of this milk, so I get to have this bowl, and then I have one more in the next 4 days, which is not great. But yeah. Okay, what did I just do? Let's take a picture to prove that I'm eating well, but also to show that you can eat vegan and make it look good. And it is good. There. I've never made that before, so this is a new looking kind of dish. Ah! I'm getting strong enough that I could probably, I don't know, start cleaning. I'm still a little bit off though. Huh. I think the one of the final pieces of the citizenship, well, the onboarding process just clicked more deeply. Like the onboarding process and the part of teaching people, I think just clicked more. Blessings goes up to those who are hungry right now, and I'm going to be there in a couple of days. Compassion, mercy, consideration, empathy, truth will come through. Okay. All of this is based off of donations and goodwill. That's why I'm surviving it all. I live the pure life, and I met some pretty pure people who are struggling right now to make sense of this. probiotic. Well, now that I can't take the multivitamins. Yes, Muchasisi, what's up? Yes, praise God. Wow, the charge is suddenly gone. So this went from 75 down to 25. So the charging is not accurate. Another thing learned in the poverty trap. So I have these people in Africa, and what they're doing right now, which is a little concerning, is they're doing something a little bit manipulative, which is they'll contact some white people, and as they're talking to you, they're going to start making it sound like you're making promises to them. They'll just insert it ever so subtly. And the next thing you know, if you let it slip, they're going to say, yeah, but you told us, you promised us, you promised us. So you got to stop it right away because it's super manipulative and not in the good way. Because then what they're trying to do is they're trying to make you compromise your integrity or help them, which is not the proposition. It's that, no, you actually do the work, whether it's of God, of truth, of being. You either do the work and get the help, or you don't do the work and you continue thinking you're going to be able to manipulate people without anything reciprocal in return. And if you don't do the work, yeah, then the dishonesty will be corrected. And I don't mean slavery work, I mean inner work. This core teaching. Ugh. Ugh. So there's a lot of scamming going on in those countries, but there's a lot of good people too. And God's government, the true government, has to figure out which is which. And we are. Okay, if I cut this knot in half. I love being sort of hungry when I get to eat because I know I can get satisfied, but Supposed to have another $80 to help me buy this food, but now somehow it's gone. I haven't watched this Korean video and a few other things here, but I imagine they're all pretty negative. Um, you said, what is the universal logic explanation of coincidences? The world operates in parallels. There's like these parallel metaphysical lanes that reality is in, and objects are in those lanes, but ordinary consciousness can't see them. So when you see a coincidence, sometimes you're seeing it externally. So a coincidence is noticing the phenomena, but not seeing the underlying reasoning. So it just stays a meaningless. Oh, it just so happened to happen at the same time. It's a correlation. It's not necessarily a meaning, a causation. And then somebody who sees it inwardly might say, "Oh no, there's an actual meaning there," and they're seeing it from one of these lanes, of beingness. But a lot of people in the spiritual community can feel it intuitively, but they don't know how to articulate it because it's still in the mode of being. Being is like an early stage. You can be who you are without knowing who you are. That's what animals are. Animals are being animals and they're doing animal things, but they don't know that they are an animal doing animal things. They're not meta reflective. Humans are. We are being ourselves and we can think our being of ourselves. So one of those is coincidence, beingness directly. So you're seeing the beingness, the happening of the actual lanes, but you don't see the lanes. You're not meta reflective unless you see the synchronicity behind them. And in our universe, it's tricky because half of it really can just be random connections of contingency. It's just the universe doing what it's doing. But the other half of it is truth coming through and purifying itself through the mess. So both sides are needed in nature, or else we don't have free will. Okay, so that's why recognition becomes the central solution, because the truth is already here. We just have to recognize it, like recognize. That means put it into our minds and think it, because our willpower comes from our thinking. It's like the soul coming through as breaking free from the sensuousness objects of nature, the external objects, and using ourself as an object. But in the deepest part of ourselves is really the metaphysics again, because the metaphysics of being is what moves the universe in the first place. That beingness is in the mode of thought as a logic, the universal logic. So that's why people who have deeper thinking can recognize what's happening in the being. But good artists can recognize the thinking in the being so much that if they turn off their broken thoughts of dead logic, then the good logic can come through if you channel it right. And they try and channel it on art and pieces, whatever. But philosophers do that in the mode of language and pure art directly, in a more structured way. And then science and then universal logic. So you can do this in multiple modes, and each one has a strength and weakness. But the wisest meta mode is universal logic. The fifth one, because it recognizes the truth in all the other modes. It recognizes the synchronicity in all of them. They're all in parallel with each other. These modes of consciousness recognizing the universal logic in different forms. So that's the power of the universal logic, and that's what happens to me, is I can recognize when things are in the nature or not now. That's why my strategy, when I'm making a strategy, I can see, oh, that looks like on the outside, that looks like it's the right way to do something. It has all the normal bells and whistles. But when I look at it from the metaphysical, the universal logic bells and whistles, they're not the same. In fact, the bells and whistles could be leading to the opposite. The path to hell is paved with good intentions with the normal logic, right? So that's why you have to follow the internal synchronicity, the deeper thinking, and recognize that as the real truthful strategy forward. And to people who are in the dead consciousness, they'll look at it and they'll look at the strategy that I'm choosing and they'll say, where's all the bells and whistles? Where's all this? You're totally wrong. This is totally, in fact, they'll say it's actually backwards. Your strategy isn't just wrong. It's actually 100% backwards. And I'm looking at them and I'm saying, well, actually, no, you're the backward one. But they don't know how to explain it. So that's how I can tell when somebody has real wisdom or not. Is you can explain to a much higher degree what the real patterns are. Okay, and like for example, to give you a good way to understand this, So to somebody in ordinary logic or ordinary consciousness, they'll look at a tree branch, let's say, and let's say it's a dead tree branch. So it's like it looks really hard and strong on the outside because the dead tree branch, it doesn't sway in the wind. It's like rigid, right? So on the outside, if you're looking for a strong tree, you might think to yourself, hey, this dead tree branch has all the bells and whistles of strength, right? When you touch it with your finger, it's hard. It's not bending in the wind. It's holding its own position. It looks like it has all the right things. So you might take that branch and it's like, this is the thing we should build our house with. But then you can see, well, maybe not build a house with, but like build a weapon with or something. But as soon as you apply pressure to that stick, it snaps easily, right? But a living branch is actually the stronger one, even though the outward signs look flimsy, because a living branch will bend in the wind and all that kind of stuff, right? So if you try and break it, if you put a little pressure on it, it bends. You can't break it. You have to like twist. It's really hard to break a living tree branch, right? And then you might say, we need to build a weapon out of this thing, like build a whip, or like, I don't know if I want to use a weapon analogy, but you'll build a cot or you'll build a boat or something out of this stuff. So that's kind of what universal logic does. It allows us to see the dead branches everywhere versus the actual living branches. When people who are in the external world look at the dead branches and are choosing them in a way that's sabotaging them, you can look at them like, no, they're actually the backwards ones. But if you explain it to them, they're going to think you're backwards because they're the backwards one. Right? It's like their perspective is upside down. And that's the trickiness of the position that I'm in, is I actually do have the answer. This is the real Messiah consciousness. But because people have free will, we can't violate it. So we have to try and teach with the power of the word and make it through until this becomes the normal culture, the anti-cult culture. But it's going to look all bad because people are going to chop it all up and make it into they're going to be measuring it with the dead cognition, the dead sticks, right? They're going to be measuring my stick with dead sticks. And then I'm saying, well, just put a little pressure on your stick, it's going to snap. And that's what I'm doing with my questions when I'm asking somebody, do you know what wisdom is? Do you know what this is? What's your strategy? Right? And get into the real marrow of their plans or their purpose or whatever, and seeing, is it wise or is it naive, or is it dialectically backward and going to result in this dialectical irony that's going to pave the path to hell with their good intentions. But the trick is to always see the goodness in the person, and that the behavior is just this flippiness that happens when we're self-actualizing. Okay, so that's a little example of how to answer your question. What is the universal logic explanation of coincidences? This is how you upgrade coincidences to real synchronicity and not superstition. Superstition is the empty form of synchronicity when you're trying to explain coincidences. Okay, so I hope that makes a little bit of sense on the true depth of this. But these are good questions. I'll try and answer the other ones. Now this is really great. Thank you for taking the notes about the Megacrisis. You said, here are my better solutions to your Metacrisis list. So that list that you made there is not the Metacrisis. That list that you made there is the Megacrisis. And the Metacrisis is one of two crises within it. One of them is the Megacrisis. The other one is the Polycrisis. You listed the Metacrisis and the Polycrisis together. So you're not conceptualizing the problem even in the way that I conceptualize it, which means you don't have a good enough understanding to even propose better solutions. So I'm sitting here being like, well, should I really take this seriously? And I will, because you broke through your previous boundary where you said, no, I can't take notes, you can't do all this. Well, you can't, and you're doing it now. I'm like, okay, that's a good faith gesture. So I'll reciprocate a good faith gesture and say, okay, in good faith, I'll tell you how to frame the problem properly if you're representing me, to reflect back better solution. And I appreciate that you're picking that up, because you're actually doing the piss sentences, and nobody else does that. Everybody else is focused on the dead branches. Asking me, adjusting the piss sentences is the living branch. It is the true way to get me off the hunger strike, or realizing that I actually have the best strategy and then just help me achieve it, because the objectives are realistic. Given the incredible negative situation we're in, they're still a moonshot, but they're still achievable and realistically achievable, in that we don't have to expect people to contact 600 people, or it's like, no, you don't have to get 6. Actually, we don't even need that, but I'm doing 6 because usually there's a huge failure rate. And I'm planning for at least, well, a 2/3 failure rate, at least, like over half, right? And most of the time, projects like this fail 90% of the time, or even small businesses. So between 1/3 and 90% is what I have planned, and it's realistic. So your solutions here are actually the same solutions that I have, except that yours are in what's called external. It's an external reflection, meaning it's in that dead branch form, but the content of your ideas are actually pretty okay some of the time. Your prison reform, your rhetoric, like the way you're presenting them, is backwards, and some of your solutions are backwards. Like if you want to end war, you do not want to take that woman's video where she's like doing cutthroats. You don't want to take that approach because it makes war worse. This is not theory. This is just actual historical politics of war and actual public health data. So it's counterintuitive, right? It's another one of those examples of one solution with that Pecha girl or whatever you sent me. She's giving like, the thumb, cut their throats and whatever. On the outside, the bells and whistles are there. It looks like, oh yeah, her solution is going to deter crime and child abuse and all that. But it's not. It's the dead branch. It's going to actually attract the opposite of what she wants. But by the time she realizes that her vengeance and her vitriol, it'll have caused so much damage that you'll have way more problems. And that's what war is like. That's what all those problems are like. So the wiser approach is to do something a little bit counterintuitive. Not always, but in this case it does apply. That's to solve war or to solve these other things. You don't just want to be mean back. You want to stay strong. We're going to set a defense. But we use the power of the word, the culture, to teach universal diplomacy. Universal diplomacy is the living branch, the living way to look at the conflict. And that's why a lot of these people who think they have the answer and are the most confident and the most obvious solution, it's obvious, are actually the ones that are the most backwards. And that's just the product, that's just how universal logic works. It's the first time they usually see it backwards because it's an externalization of dialectic, but then you have to negate a second time. So the second time is usually where the wisdom comes for ordinary consciousness. But once you understand the pattern of universal logic, when you understand sublation as inevitable, that's when you can start to see with foresight. And you can sort of negate the negation and do the inner moment within yourself and not have to do it externally. Right? You can just go for the sublation. Like the negation still has to happen, but the way that you solve the sublation is almost as fast as the problem arises. So this is where it stops repeating cycles. Right? The cycle of suffering and vengeance and Monte Cristo or Monte Carlo, all that kind of stuff is intergenerational trauma. So taking care of people's physical needs like bed, food, purpose, that's exactly the same solution that a lot of people have. But the hard part is the devil's in the details. How do you actually do that? And it's not just food, it's ethical food and actually healthy food, which is vegan. And properly vegan. Once you go vegan, then you have to do it properly and not become one of these salad people that just end up with anemia and a whole bunch of problems. And then you can also solve climate change at the same time by giving people in the mental health wards or in the hospital in general ethical food that doesn't destroy the environment and doesn't destroy our gut health and doesn't destroy our mental health. So you're getting a triple whammy. You're getting 3 things done because it's following one of those lanes of being in the universal logic. You get this compounding effect when you do the logic the right way because it's principled. It's that ephemeralization from Buckminster Fuller where you're doing more with less. And that's the way to leverage small amounts of resources into huge victories. Huge, like impossible things for other people become possible when you think like this. And Buckminster Fuller used an example called trim tabbing. You have a trim tab that can move a huge ship just by a tiny little tab on a rudder, because the water pressure can create a lot of torque. And torque is a leveraged behavior. The same thing happens in politics, the same thing happens with mental health wars, the same things happen with CRISPR, all of them. So the problem is making the plan not fragmented. And there's actually 11 life areas that you have to satisfy. One of them is purpose, one of them is food, and beds fits kind of underneath physical. But there's 9 other ones that you should be doing. And that's my real solution. So, and there's more details to the solution, but and also I want to say that the notes that you took, the order of those matters. So at the very top you got the right one. That's the meta-crisis. If you have to try and solve something, the meta-crisis is the best long-term and potentially short-term solution. I have it as both because of the flock strategy of getting those 6 to 9 people on board right away and going exponential. Because if you solve the meta-crisis, then it solves the collaboration and cooperation problem, and we can start to actually work together and share resources, which will build an economy of abundance that generates non-linear ideas when we have universal logic and not the dead logic that's linear. It kills real solutions. We get band-aid solutions with the dead twig kind of ordinary consciousness. We need deep living solutions. So if we do that at the top, then it takes care of all the other ones. Because it generates ideas and then gives resources to them at exponential rates. Okay, so that first one by itself is the meta-crisis, just the red one. But then right after that, you have the right one. AI is the next most urgent crisis. The way I ordered the problem is actually an order of emergency of how much time we have left before we have to address it, before a tipping point is hit where there's no return. It's past the point of solving. So AI is the fastest moving one. If we don't have a solution to AI in the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, we're going to hit something called that cursed deadline, where we might still be alive after this deadline passes invisibly. It's a logical deadline. It's like once you pass it, you think it's all fine, but it's like your chances of surviving have just dissipated to like basically zero. It's like sitting across from a table with an AI playing chess. No human being can beat an AI chess player anymore. No human can beat it because it makes millions of calculations in the time it takes you to make one. So it wins every game. So somebody might sit down at the table and think, hey, we both have pieces. I have a good chance of winning. But the reality is the minute that you even sat down at the table with an AI, you lost. That's what a cursed deadline is. And we're in the twilight zone of that. Okay, so that's why that's first. The second one is not mental health. The second one is CRISPR, because CRISPR is accelerated by AI and it can create bioweapons that can kill us all very quickly. And that's happening very quickly. And it can be escalated radically, or it can be done accidentally by the AI escaping and releasing it or causing panic or whatever. And plus it's also centralizing wealth. It's already causing designer babies. I think the first 2 were made. All this intense stuff is happening. But CRISPR actually also stands in for wealth concentration. It's stratifying humanity, which makes the cooperation problem worse. It makes the meta-crisis worse. Because studies show that when human beings are separated by wealth, or even genetically, racially, ethnically, one group starts to dehumanize the other and starts to literally treat them like animals and destroying their human dignity and their rights. That's why human rights needs to be part of the movement, because we're regressing back to before the Industrial Revolution, before a lot of these modern rights were created, or even more, much earlier than that, where slaves existed. You know, actual slaves in Rome and before. And Rome gave citizenship, so like we're talking Sparta was really bad anyway in the Western world. So then after CRISPR comes World War III, because we have a little bit more time. Like AI can destroy us right away by hacking the internet with 10,000 hacks. CRISPR bioweapons we saw with the pandemic. We have these biological weapons right now that could be released in 48 hours. It's in every major every major city in the world. And then World War III, we have about 6 months. We have somewhere around March 2027 is when they're planning to go to war with China. That's going to be one of the last straws. Or it'll be a Cold War if they even do negotiate. They'll be using AI to hack each other. And then after that, we have climate change. Climate change, we're hitting the tipping points in the next 3 years. We're at 7 of 9 tipping points. So it's a little bit longer, but to be honest, we're in the twilight zone there too. It'll take decades for climate change to kill us, but the tipping points will have already been hit in the next couple of years. It might even already be too late because we've hit 7 of 9. You know, like we're in the twilight zone with most of these crises. And then the last one is mental health. And even though mental health is causing problems in the meta-crisis at the front, when people find out how bad our situation really is, that's when the mental health crisis really intensifies. And the mental health crisis, when people try to rise up against it, like I am, they get put in a mental health ward and they get drugged. Like they tried to drug me, and then I sued them because they released me with no mental illnesses. Yet we have a medical record showing I was tortured for 32 days with this injection. And when you deny taking a drug and you put it into your thigh, or when they put it into your thigh against your will, it causes your body to spasm because you're supposed to take it orally. Anyway, so that's why I put that at the end. Is it's a result, and then it circles back around to the beginning. So it's like a circle. So the mental health crisis gets worse, psychosis gets worse. We drug more people who are trying to rise up. We get more dead solutions because all the living solutions are treated as crazy, and universal logic is pathologized in the courthouses and all this. And then we just don't get any real solutions. And I just got through that. I just got through this. They don't try and pathologize my mental health anymore. When I go to the hospital, they're like, he probably doesn't have mental illness. They don't do that anymore. When that was the very first thing they did to me when I first went on my first Hungerstrike. So they were learning, and plus I know the law now, and they've seen me battle with 182 government agents and hold my own before AI for a year, year and a half almost, by myself without AI. Now with AI, it's like way easier. So this is the real way to frame the problem, and the real solutions require you to understand the interlacedness of them and the full comprehensive level that I'm working at. So first of all, you don't really know the full solutions to all those. You've gotten sound bites, right? I said there's one thing, if there's one thing, like a quick win that we have to ask for in each of those 6, because explaining the whole thing to people puts them into a depressive state that makes it seem hopeless. We say, no, there's one thing that you can do right away to start solving each of those. Even if you're not a genius, even if you're not a big person in the meta crisis and all this, you can just do simple things. For the cultural decline, global cultural decline, they can come to our special trainings of universal logic and start building a real understanding of what the words mean that they use and the stories behind them. With AI, they can help us send an email to Anthropic to get them to take universal logic seriously. With CRISPR, that one's a tough one, to be honest. We can start raising awareness about wealth concentration and start building a new kind of payment system, which is what I'm doing, which includes health, which includes starting our own CRISPR lab, which is really hard. That one's hard, no matter what we kind of do. Number 3, World War III, we have to get diplomats to learn universal logic. That's hard too. But if you know the right people, like we have this guy at the United Nations, you can start with that and just start teaching classes. Like it's not like we're running big dialogues yet, but we start teaching the universal logic through classes, and then those people in the United Nations will scale it up. Then with climate change, one of the simplest things people can do that's a human behavior is just go vegan. Just stop putting animals into your mouth. That's it. And everybody can do that at different rates. It'll collapse the food system if we all do it right now. But if we get the government to build a plan with us, which is part of the strategy and that Megacrisis strategy, that solves that problem. But right away, we can reduce our carbon footprint hugely just by doing that. And that's just a quick win. It's not all the plan, right? There's still fossil fuels we have to deal with. There's carbon capture. There's a whole bunch of other things that have to happen. But this buys us a little more time from hitting the remaining tipping points, from making the current ones worse. And then the last one's mental health is, when people rise up, give them human rights. So when they come to the hospital on a hunger strike, you don't destroy them. And then you give them the rights to flow so that they have a proper support system. And we show that a lot of mental illness actually uses Gabor Mate's real solution to addictions and problems like this are really social usually. It's the life areas. So if you give them not just 1, 2, or 3 life areas, but you give them all 11 comprehensively in a non-fragmented way, then you create something called a rat park approach. They did an experiment called Rat Park, and Rat Park was where they took mice and they put the mice in a cage, in 2 cages. The first cage had just heroin-laced water and normal water. No friends, no mouse friends, no wheels in there, no jungle gyms. And the mice got so bored and depressed that they just started drinking the heroin water and overdosed on heroin and killed themselves. But in the other cage, they had the exact same water, the heroin and the other water, right beside each other. And then all the mice tested both of them. And none of the mice touched the heroin water again. They just drank the normal water. And then they went and played in the jungle gym with their friends and had a great time and had purpose and meaning. So that's the real solution. but it has to be more than just three pieces: a bed, food, and purpose. It has to be physical, mental, academic, spiritual. It has to be all of them. Okay, and that's the full solution. So hopefully that helps. What did I do? I just spent 20 minutes on that, half an hour. Okay, two things here. Three. I've already spent almost half an hour making responses to you because I'm trying to be comprehensive. So that's why it does take a lot of effort to get moving here. But the good news is it feels like we're moving. The second thing is you made a meta comment about this anarchy, Lucas, and these videos you're sending me. And I really am sensitive to picking up if people are doing good faith things. So I understand why you're saying, you're not going to listen to this because you got better things to do. But, hope for the best first. Like say, hey, look, I think you should watch these because they're different from my other attitude, this other woman. I think that these are something you'll want to listen to. And I'll help you try and contact these people because I know contacting them is the hard part and getting it all going is the hard part. Because you're doing all the strategy and all the coding and all the boring things nobody else wants to do to set the foundation, right? To get to real critical mass. Those comments go a long way and they prime the space, right? Like I try and do that with you. I try and say, hey, look, even though there's problems, I still see you have a higher metacognition than other people. I can, even with the tumors, like I try and prime the space with the good side first. And then go into the negative and say, you might not watch things still because of this and that, the other thing. And then you make a plan to say, I really think you need to watch these because of this. And you might even provide a little summary. And the more we can make it easier for each other to kind of do this, the more we're going to get into a space of recognition, recognizing each other. And that's what love is in the mode of feeling. And there's 5 types of love, right? This could be friendship. This could be agape. This could be romantic. This could be vocational. There's a whole bunch of ways you can have this feeling of recognition of yourself and other objects. And when that happens, you have an identity with them, a common beingness, even in your thinkingness, which is the universal logic version, the deeper version, not the codependence and all the other stuff that's going on. It's interdependence. Actually, it's stronger than interdependence because it's an immediate unity too. But that's only in the mode of feeling. It's got to be higher cognition, being able to explain those feelings of culture, of wanting to protect that person, of wanting to work together, of wanting to do all these things that are positives that make human culture and human survivability this sort of apex survival mechanism. Not even just survival, thrival. We had an event one year, a couple of years called Thrival. I think one of my friends is a really super abstract Christian, not yet a concrete Christian, but he really wanted to do all the soup kitchen stuff. And I said, I want to do some charity stuff, but I said it can't be the main focus. These soup kitchens and all these things that we're going to do has to lead towards system change, justice. So like a few years, I think I bought like 700 people's worth of meals or something. Like I spent thousands of dollars of my own money trying to transition emergency charity into justice. And that was one of 4 or 5 project teams that we had to experiment with global poverty and local poverty to balance that dialectic and all this kind of stuff. So long story short, I can see why you're saying you're not going to listen to this, but balance it with what you really want, and this way you don't attract what you don't. You're not priming my subconscious mind and my articulating sensory apparatus to obey your wishes. And that's a dialectical thing. And it happens because the negative wants to hold us. And we have to allow it to happen, but we also have to prime the vision. And then if we have both of those, then it's kind of like an optimal balance, because your brain starts looking for solutions, like real solutions, but it's also not naive. And the pessimist also can help survival because you don't get into optimism bias. And you don't get so airy-fairy, toxically positive where you miss all the negatives that are going to threaten your life. You need to build real interventions, right? Okay, and then the third thing here is this woman, this is way better. This woman is definitely more in line. And she even mentions spirit and it's overcompensation for what happened to us when the universal logic was fragmented in our early consciousness when we were children. When the dead culture, the dead stick culture got into our brains from our parents and all this forced indoctrination by the time we're even 6 years old, by the time we're even 4 years old. So this woman feels right. So if you know how to contact her and get her going, or if she wants to interview me or interview your understanding, of this so far. Well, actually, we should probably get on it because I don't want to. I sense there's a power dynamic between me and you. That now that you're actually taking the ideas seriously, the ideas can give you temporary initial power, but you can still sabotage it. So like it bolsters your power, but then it also causes volatility in the beginning. There's like this, there's like this uncanny valley kind of situation which happens if you're not absolutely grounded in love, and you're very prickly right now. I can sense it's there. It's in there in everybody, and it's not yours is not so far as other people, but it's still like we have something called the valve on abandonment. You seem like you're at like echelon number like 4 or 5, which is the end ones. Level 3, 2, and 1 are like really getting towards the Buddha Jesus level of commitment to others and trying to do it in a wise love way, not in a not just tough love, not just like blind love, that nice little mix in between, which you and I are figuring out right now for me and you. But statistics show 3 compliments to every critique is generally the healthy relationship average. Okay, so hopefully this piece of information helps you. But I'm just validating that this woman seems right. And the reason why I decided to watch the video was because you did a good faith gesture. You picked the part of the video where you thought I needed to hear the most. So I didn't have to watch the whole video. That was very considerate of you. And I'm trying to keep these recordings under like 10 minutes, to be honest, because you had asked me to do that. So, but now that you're taking notes, I'm feeling okay. You're listening to me. I'm listening to you. We're getting somewhere real, and I'm willing to take a risk in making a little bit longer recordings. But I'm still trying to help and say I'm not making 25-minute recordings and all these things, and I'm trying to keep things in point form. So I'm picking up when I saw that, I was like, okay, you know what? I'll watch this part of the video. I'll pick up what you're putting down because that's good faith. So anyway, I'll keep this recording under a little bit of time too, and or under 10 minutes, and then keep going. But if you know how to contact her and get the interview, that's what my intuition said. Get on her show. She said she interviews people. Okay, I feel like this woman is supposed to be a part. If you know her, that's great. I don't know who this other Candace woman is that you put in the pictures there, but if she's part of the plan, if you're feeling like she's good, then we should probably contact her too and build like a core little flock for you. Actually, this is your flock. We'll see what happens actually. Okay, peace. Oh, somebody sent me this video I'm supposed to watch, but I don't want it to get heard on my channel because it'll copyright strike me. I should eat. I should eat and listen to this video while I'm cooking. So there's a few more bugs that I fixed here on the software, and I've upgraded the whole form, so that's actually a really positive thing. I only have a couple of weeks left of coding, and after that I have no funds left at all. I have to make the most of these. This has to be a priority. Um, oh. Okay, so Han, this is where things start getting a little dicey, right? But I'm glad we're sort of talking about it because this is a good chance to show where people who have money become very skeptical, right? So I asked to keep a good bank record so we could know where the funds went, so we can try and inspire people to give funds because it's not going to go into somebody's bad habit or an ether or something like that. And there's a lot of scamming that happens in Africa and the developing world because there's a lot of resentment there, right? But if we get over that resentment and say, okay, there's going to be a new fairness happening, and it's going to correct the $500 billion of debt that Africa as a continent is spending, paying back the World Bank and all these exploited programs. They're actually spending more on their interest payments than they are on the programs. Then this is where we get somewhere new. But just because God's government is loving doesn't mean God's government is naive, right? People have a worldly side to them where they can get stuck in addictions or selfishness and a bunch of vices. So we still have to measure the contributions. So I asked you to do that a few times, and I guess I'll ask you now: is that finished? So if we don't want to repeat the same path as Esther and Ebubechi, right? You and I have to make sure that we plug that hole. It's like I'm accountable, right? I'm being streamed 24/7. When I'm saying I'm working 15 hours, I'm sitting here working 15 hours, or at least awake for 15 hours. I'm not traveling. I don't get to go and see people. I don't get to do all the cool things that other people get to do. So in terms of me trying to track my hours, I'm not getting paid. So like I'm inspiring people to give the funds to pay you and other people. So I don't even have to track my hours, but I'm going to do it anyway to start preparing for me and everybody else being a part of this new payment system entirely. And I won't do that until we start the movement, until there's enough people inspired. But if nobody else wants to work by making a real sacrifice, then they're not being very inspirational, right? They're saying, well, I only believe in this so much as I get paid. So of course that's sending a signal to my network, being like, okay, as soon as this guy gets stopped getting paid, they're just going to ditch this guy who's risking his life. They're not really there in the spirit. They're there because they're desperate or they want to make money, or they're trying to scam. That's the worst part. Because I'm in this part of the world, they think I'm being scammed, right? And that's why nobody wants to track their hours. They don't want to track where the money's going. They don't want to do anything really that would actually build a sustainable movement. And they definitely don't want to make the same sacrifice I am, which is actually risk your life, sell all your assets, sell everything, and go on hunger strikes. And with some people, don't even have children. Just say, don't have kids. That's a really big sacrifice for a lot of people, including me. So what the signal that's being sent right now is these people are giving absolutely minimum mark. We're going to give them absolutely minimum because they're not serious. And that's what's happening. And they're also not accountable. It's like Ebu Betshi and Esther. Good thing I track things enough to see what actually happened because their memories are completely distorted, right? It's like there's no way, even if we actually exploited them, like even if we did this horrible thing, there's no way it comes out to $1,500 with purchasing parity in Nigeria. There's just no way. So I mean that's the extreme level of memory distortion that happens to even good human beings. And Ebu Betshi and Esther are trying to be good human beings. They're just not well educated or trained in this area of things. They're not activists. And they're probably not used to it. Maybe Esther, maybe a little bit more. But in order for me and you not to fall down that path, we need to keep track of records. Right? And it is going to feel like work. I feel like it's real work when I'm grueling over this code every day. I'm doing bug checking and bug checking and bug checking. It's boring. But I'm inspired by the vision and I know where it's going to go. And we have to do that work, Sahan. That's why these movements don't start, is because people don't do if you're a leader, you're doing the work other people don't want to do. The sexy, the fun, the limelight, the awards, all that kind of stuff is being won by all those other Pareto categories. This is the real work. This is more Christian than Christian. This is what Jesus was talking about. This is what Prophet Muhammad was talking about. This is what Buddha, the Vedas, all these types of great divine leaders were working in this spirit, not in the dead spirit of the current, what's around me and what's around all of us. So I just made a plan with you this whole past week, and not a single thing I asked you to do, Sahan, got done in the way we made a plan. It was an agreement between me and you to say, hey, you have a work schedule. I was working with you. Not a single thing happened, Sahan, and that was before the power went out. And then even after the power, I thought you were going to come on Saturday. It didn't come on Saturday. And then I said, okay, we're going to correct this week. We're going to start on my Sunday, which is your Monday. So I was up on the website, on the chat, and you didn't come in at all. And you didn't message me either. So either you're having a massive blackout or something's going on. And it doesn't make sense, Sahan, because you have a second phone that you can keep charged and just barely use that if you can. So to send a quick message should have taken like 5 seconds. So it doesn't make sense what's going on. My intuition, Sahan, and I've dealt with lots of people, my intuition is saying there's something wrong. So I don't know, like, what's going on, man? Like, just be authentic. Tell me what's going on, because if I can sense it, the other people who are more critical can sense it. Right, the 16. So this is okay. You just texted me. The $16 for the UN thing was fact. I thought we already subtracted that. Right, and then we had the 33 on top of that. But even then, right? Even then, it's like $20 plus 30, so we should still have $50 left. Do you know what I mean? And these might be all like legitimate transactions, and I actually believe they are with you. At the same time, We can't prove it. So you'll always be questioned. So that's why I'm being 20. Like, I'm not being like, hey, I'm Mr. Good Guy. I care about you. I'm going to go on hunger strike and not record it. I'm recording it because people need to see that I'm actually doing it and not just have to trust my reputation. So we have to build that song. We have to build that because that's what is not happening. And this week was really bad. Really bad. And, you messaged me once to say you might be late, but it's not quite the standard that we need to have. It needs to be better. So here we are on Monday, my Monday, which is the end of your Monday, and still didn't come in. So the whole plan was destroyed. The whole thing. Like, we spent I spent 45 minutes or something making a plan with you, and none of it happened. So we need to get down to, okay, now that didn't happen, we need to make an even better plan that factors in what really happened to you this week. And if it's not the real, what actually happened to you, like you went on a trip, or the government arrested you for something that you did that you don't want to tell me, or or your wife screamed at you and she actually doesn't support this at all, and she's actually making you do all these other things, and you actually have 5 other jobs, and the $130 is actually a lie. It's actually a lot higher. Like, whatever the real reason is, we need to get down to that, and that will make this next week and the week after, when I start my hunger strike, real spirit, right? So this is me being wise love, right? I'm not letting you off the hook. That was really bad, what just happened this week. Really bad, Sahan. Like, nobody's going to give money to you ever again, probably. You know what I mean? They're going to be trusting me. I'm going to have to vouch for you, but it'll be the last time that money is sent without accountability. And it might be even given in, like, exact amounts, because the fact that we had like $500 extra and we had already made the blessings, and somehow it feels like we sort of lost there's something going on there. And I think you might have overpaid a few people. Who knows? I'm just happy you saved my life, right? But the donors are being like, no, they have plenty of funds. They're like, no, this guy's doing something wrong. And we don't want them to question you like that. We want to say, no. Here's the exact ledger. Here's what we spent on everything. Here's like literally 15 minutes by 15 minutes. And that's unquestionable. And that's the kind of transparency God's government is going to give to people, even though it's a bit of a pain in the butt at first. The software I'm building will hopefully solve that. Anyway, this is the long recording to really get down to, we have to do better this next week, because it's not inspiring. It looks sloppy. It looks careless. It doesn't look like it's worth funding for other people. And I'm trying to make it as easy as possible for people to say, hey, look, we're basically paying everybody here right now the absolute minimum needed to keep them going. And in my case, I'm not getting paid anything at all. That took a huge risk, right? And I wish I had like 50 other people who do the same thing, because then that would probably have raised millions of dollars by now. But everybody is giving into this really dead culture and thinking they need to do all these things. So anyway, yeah, if we keep going like this, there's no more funding that's coming. At least not in the direction of us, me and you, Sahan. So I want people to trust you as much as I want to trust you. And yeah, this last week put a chip in that, because we made a real plan. I learned about your schedule a bit. You do construction, all that. And it still didn't work. So the poverty trap is either really bad, or there's something else you're not telling me that's going on. Okay, so as we're heading into this next part of the hunger strike, we got to get real, man, because it's getting serious. We can't keep having these failures like this happen, and then last minute, like, send a bunch of funds. We might just go with, we'll see, right? I think this is still got the most potential, at least to start to reel God's government, and get the dean on board and the rest of it. So this is just total honesty, right? We're in a really toxic world. We've got to get real with each other. If I make a commitment to you, I better keep that. And if I broke a commitment to you, what is it? With Ebubechi and Esther, yeah, I just really feel like there's something wrong there. So we'll have to sell that too. But anyway, let's get us figured out here. Let's figure out exactly what's happening. And, yeah, I asked about the $130 like 50 times. That's not true. I asked about it probably 8 times. and it's still not answered, Sahan. So you got an avoidant personality, which means you avoid conflicts. You try and let them pass, and that things can adapt and then be forgotten or changed. I don't like that strategy. Okay, there's 4 types that people use. I'm very educated in this, and you're using one of the more the more gentle ones, but it's still a form of manipulation to me or towards others, whoever. So we're gonna call that out. Gotta call me out. Gotta call you out. There's this young guy too that keeps saying, "Oh, Mark, you kept promising. You promised this. And I stopped him. I said, "I didn't promise you anything. It's abusive. You're priming the space with false information to blackmail me later." And I said, "No, I didn't make any promises to you. You either do the work and be honest and be ethical in God's government, or you don't get anything, because it's fair for everyone." And this includes Pareto categories, right? This includes the privileges people have in beauty, in social, in wealth, in body beauty, cultureness, and IQ. Yeah. So I called him out a little bit today, calling you a little bit today, calling myself out a little bit today, in terms of spending a lot of time on these recordings when I really need to be making the software keep moving in that direction. Yeah. Okay, let me know what you think. All right, peace. All right, so that's bad. If I lose Sahan, then it really is challenging. It's a challenging situation, but it's darkest before dawn. But you can see I'm not handling any bad behavior. It's like I'm not having the bad behavior. I'm actually just purifying the people around me as much as possible to say the $2 per hour is fair. It's more than fair in their country. But the fact that our dollar has more power politically is what also needs to be leveled. And I'm trying to do that with the conversations and the structuring. But the dollar amount stays the same, because the purchase, what you can buy in terms of real goods, is actually equal. It's the political side that now needs to be corrected. So that's what I'm doing with these conversations. But if somebody's actually trying to scam the system, I just call it. I just call it out. And it doesn't matter if I'm facing death. Doesn't matter. I'm just not going to get corrupted. And if somebody thinks I'm wrong, they got to tell me and express themselves and not do it in a manipulative way. So, or at least not an overly manipulative way. People are always making mistakes, but that's what it's level. Okay. Ouch. Man, and this whole computer is about to break, I feel. If the computer breaks, I'm just going to hopefully, get some help to buy a new computer, and then just take the hard drive out. Or if there's a new hard drive, I'll just use the new hard drive. Oh. I'm tired. I have to be careful about on my typings, my passwords and everything. Oh my goodness, it might be working. Oh my gosh, it's working. Oh, saving ground. I'm literally holding on by a thread. I'm literally holding on by a thread. Okay, I can get some sense from here. Perfect. Taking proof of all this because it's okay. Oh no. It's going to take days to set up, potentially. To get this money, I'm forced to get a bank account that charges you a fee every month. The poverty trap is just unending. It is unending. Garbage, garbage, garbage. Now the application page doesn't work. Oh my gosh. It's like every avenue is being blocked. It's really shocking. It's like a metaphysical darkest before dawn situation. Wow. It's really, really bad. I think probably what's happened is they scanned everybody's documents and then unlocked everybody's accounts all at once. And now everybody's probably flooding these websites, and now it's not working. I'm tired. I want to eat something. I'm noticing every time I eat that cereal and that oat milk that I feel really lethargic like this. There's something wrong with that food. Because when I eat my little goulash ultra healthy mix, I'll once in a while, maybe once or twice a week, I'll get tired. But like so far, this is the third time I've eaten these things and I feel this way. Mm. Oh, so what do I do? If I try to call the government right now, it's gonna rack up my phone bill, and I like never get through either. So in order to start a bank account, you physically have to go in there. So starting a bank account. Oh. It says go check if your bank accepts e-transfers. You go to the website, there's no way to actually check. It's just ridiculous. You go to the check box, you type in your bank's name, all these random results come up that are absolutely useless to you. Welcome to the poverty trap. Nothing works, or nothing works easily. And if it does, it's rare. Oh, like 20 check boxes. I have to check off to accept this. Wow, it's already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Oh, and the code that I thought I was making with Claude was broken the whole time. It gave a mystical API error, which has no solution to it because I called in about it. Look at this. Look at this. I'm glad I'm capturing this. This is the real poverty trap. Our society is so fragmented, it actually doesn't work. Excuse me. It's all these claims that the government can claw their money back from you. Really? I have some errors in my statement here. Okay. There's just like a list of 6 checkboxes that say, do you acknowledge this? And I checked off all of them. Now it says input error. You have some errors with your input. Please review each page and try again. Doesn't tell me what the errors are. It's just a horrifically painful process. Every single step doesn't work properly. Or you gotta fight. It's like, okay, there's no other checkboxes anywhere on the screen. I have to decipher what this means now. And if I refresh the page, I'll probably have to start all over, confirming that I have to do this multiple times. So let's see if that's true. If there's no other options. Yep. Back to the beginning. Torture, torture, torture. A form of mild torture. Trust me, I know what real torture feels like. Oh, so the password before wasn't detected on the main page. It waits till the end page to give you instructions that you can't go back and fix. And it doesn't tell you where to go back and fix it. It's just not great. Oh, oh, the password I typed in didn't have the right characters because they don't actually tell you what characters are accepted. Okay. Okay. You can tell I'm getting grumpy because that food that I ate was garbage and probably packed full of a bunch of junk. And it's probably affecting us a lot more. Wow. And because I never had any healthy food for my whole life, really, with all this garbage in there somewhere, it's affecting me. So once again, if you're new to my channel, it looks like I'm just complaining, but I'm actually doing a cathartic version of an ethnographic study. Ethnography means studying the culture and ways of doing things around somebody in an honest and rigorous way. And what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to complain like someone who is actually poor would complain in the poverty trap, to make sure I'm recording all the authentic details of all the little small things that add up, the hundreds of tiny little things that kill you. It's a death by 1,000 cuts. Okay, I guess I'm making some kind of application of some kind here. Oh, call to complete your application. I've already done this. So this does not solve the banking problem. And probably just repeated a step I've already done. On the phone for 2 hours. Oh. Computer keeps crashing in the middle of the application. This is the 5th time it's crashed, but if I try and stop my artificial intelligence from running, which should have finished by now, but it crashed without telling me. So now it's all adding up and slowing me down. My friend's just starting to ask me what needs to be done to get me up the hunger strike. That's good. That's a good sign. Oh. Whew. Okay, that was fast. That was dope. I know if I call this place, they're just gonna say the same thing. Oh, you gotta verify your bank. Oh, and that's gonna lead down to, oh, I have to create with one of these big evil banks, which will have to become the good guys. These banks are probably going to be needed to shift things over quickly. Okay, hungry. Bathroom break, eat, and then try and solve this. I want to solve this quickly. It's like the government forces you to get these benefits. You have to force you into this, into like the big conglomerates that are probably causing a lot of these problems due to improper system incentives. And I'm supposed to watch this video my friend sent me. So let's do that. Bathroom, watch video while cooking, then eat, try and figure this out. Do the coding in the background, which hopefully won't crash. Oh, Okay, I guess I just got some kind of mobile. It says I should get some kind of mobile health card. Oh, it says there's a remote application. This next leg of the journey is going to take a while. Oh, let's get the code working on first. It crashed the whole thing. Okay. Alright. Annoying. Very, very, very. I can't apply for a bank account because I don't have a driver's license picture. Wow. Totally trapped. No passport, no the driver's license is supposed to be in the mail. I have a temporary, which gets me. Oh wow, that's shocking. So this is a waste of time too. Mm. Okay. Well. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna put my setup on mute so I can watch this video that someone sent me. That's quite serious and actually kind of. She wants to solve this world problem about uh, trafficking. Blessings go to those who are suffering. I just had a friend call me in the middle of this video. There's something wrong with this video that somebody sent me in terms of trying to help people. But with all the deep fakes and all the weird, it's gonna end up in psychosis, reality collapse. So we need to get moving soon. This blessing goes out to all those who are starting to wake up. Let's stay hungry for truth. All right, I'm going to keep listening to this while I'm eating and coding. But hopefully my friend calls me back. His internet connection cut him out. Couldn't hear what he was saying. Looks like the code finally went through. It just used 80. What? Okay. I'm feeling really tired. The banks aren't open today either. It's Heritage Day. So I couldn't have even called the branches if I wanted to. It's 4 o'clock right now, so it's closed because of holiday. Yeah, holiday. Right, it's day. So I couldn't even had help. They opened up my account today. It was a holiday. I can't do anything. Oh wow! Look how many layers of a look how many layers of oppression that is for me. Like I'm willing to go through this process to get this little bit of help for food when prices have skyrocketed and AI is taking all the jobs. I got cleared for this because the social worker in the hospital realized I needed to have proper vegan food, and she didn't try to make fun of my vegan preferences. She's no, you should have that. And a lot of these stores don't have vegan omegas, so all these big brands that they have are not good. So I go to do this process, and I need to go to the website. I need to go through their two-factor authentication. Then I got to reset my password. Then I got to do this second thing. Then I got to go in and put in the numbers, and then I got to go in and put in the other numbers, and then I got to go put in the actual application again, and then I got to go call in, and then I go to call in, and it's Heritage Days, and all of that was for nothing today. And it turns out to be able to get the e-transfer, I need to have a new bank, which is also one of these sick big banks, and I need my driver's license, which hasn't come in the mail yet. It's like a perfect trap. Actually, while I'm saying that, I'm going to go see if there's if my driver's license came in the mail before it gets stolen. I might have to take a nap this time. I'm feeling it. Battery. Anybody taking pictures of my little rat nest, so let's play it safe. Over the toque. woman out there who was walking her dog. She actually said hi to me in a non-fearful way. Incredibly humanizing. But, no driver's license though in the mail. Oh man. So no banks. I have this weird sore on my foot. Something bit me or something. It's very itchy. Hopefully it's not Lyme disease. There shouldn't be any ticks up here anyway. Looks like a spider bite because I'm down here with the spiders because the walls are cut out because this wasn't supposed to be a suite. So the sump pump lets all these spiders in to sleep with me in my sheets, in my blankets. They like to bite my feet and everything else. Okay, I'm actually feeling pretty fried, surprisingly. Could try to get a gift card, but they only give gift cards to these stores that don't have vegan options very much. These big chains always puts, and if it is a vegan option, it has some kind of preservative crap in it. You can tell I'm very cantankerous about how terrible the situation is worldwide. Hey, I'm not happy. Not happy at all with it. Okay, what can I do while I have a little bit of energy? Still coding. 92%. Okay. What am I supposed to do? What I was going to do. I don't know if I should answer that. Oh, dang it. That was a scammer. Oh well. I thought it was the government's. They never tell you what their numbers are. This bowl looks a little dirty, doesn't it? I'm not tired anymore, but I am tired. But no, I could have slept, but I didn't. I didn't. I'm saturating my system so that all my stores are full, so I can last as long again if I need to. Thanks for explaining, Sahan. That's good. Just breaking out of the normal. They're called control dramas. Like human beings have four ways of controlling a situation when they feel like they're in danger or something they value is being threatened. And they go from very aggressive to the least aggressive. So the very most aggressive one is called the intimidator. They use their body to physically scare somebody into doing what they want. Like they threaten to hit you or all these types of things. And then the second most aggressive is the interrogator. Someone who just keeps tearing at you and trying to reduce and gaslight and break down and make you question all these types of things. There's a healthy way to do that. That's called debate and argumentation. And there's an unhealthy way, which is really using cognitive biases and rhetoric, which has no reason in it. It's just power politics. And then the next less aggressive, the more passive, is the aloof, which is what I think you are, which is where you just don't, you avoid things instead of confronting them. It's like the opposite of interrogator. And then the opposite and most passive is the poor me, which is the opposite of the intimidator. So they kind of like dialectically complement each other or reinforce each other in a negative way. So people control the energy in a room by either being, oh, I'm the victim, help me, help me, help me, or the aloof, which is they just avoid problems, hoping they blow over, or they try and seem mysterious, or and then the interrogator is the person who tries to tear down somebody, not with reason, but with rhetoric and cognitive bias and power politics. And then the intimidator is somebody who scares people physically and intimidates them. So we got to be careful about these things. And for me, all that matters now is like the reason. And we need to get down to real honesty, because that's what these types of emergencies require, is to get down to what are we willing to die for? What are we willing to live for? What are we willing to sacrifice for? What are we not willing to sacrifice for? And getting down to, you know, this hunger strike here in the next 4 days. We're kind of starting from scratch almost each time. And in a way that's an okay thing as long as we're growing. So the thing that happened this week was there was a complete failure on the scheduling. And some of it sounds like power and all these things, but you're able to message me now, right? You should save a little bit of battery all the time to send a text message, right? So for me, something doesn't make sense, because if I was in the same position, I know that there's battery. It's like when the power goes out, it's not like your phone just dies completely. And that's why I was asking, do the cell towers go down too, or does the government have emergency generators that keep the cell phone towers up so that, you know, basic services can happen? Because if the cell phone towers are up and your phone has battery, then you can send text messages for hours after the power goes out. Do you know what I mean? So that's where, for me, there's something that doesn't make sense. There's something going on here. And so that needs to be covered a bit. And as we get down to our real situations, right, we're going to make really much better strategies, much better plans. And then I think people are going to want to invest in this a lot more, but they can tell. They can just tell it's like the commitment's not real, right? It's like I'm giving 100% here, and I'm getting like 1 or 2 hours a week, which we have to pay for. They're not even inspired. And we're not even dealing with the full poor, right? So it's like, wow, something's wrong here in terms of the inspiration side. In terms of the funding, the money. So yeah, I'm pretty good at math usually. Like I have a pretty good intuitive idea of numbers, just like I have a good intuitive idea of patterns of human behavior, and like you can infer things from, you know, universal logic. So just rough math in my head, I'm keeping track of the math, right? Because I'm like, okay, can we actually afford this? And even with the blessings, I thought, okay, even if we overpay by a certain amount, we should still have enough. Even if they're greedy, right? Even if the people are greedy that help. And you're right, I said, well, what's the point in keeping it if I'm not going to be here? But that was like, once we actually had the blessings, I calculated the people. Right? I calculated what the numbers were exactly of who showed up, who did the work. And I said, don't pay the people that didn't come. You know, and don't pay the people full amounts who didn't come on time. the ledger actually showed who came on time. So I think when we calculated that, it came up to like maybe, I can't remember exactly. It was like, I don't know, but if there's like 117 people and they were there for 3 hours roughly, then that's $350 technically at $1 an hour. So $2 an hour is 600, and $3 an hour is 900. So I remember you saying it was like under $1,000, and I thought, oh, thank gosh, it gives us almost $500 of wiggle room to do the next hunger strike. And I remember thinking that to myself, right? And my memory is pretty good. So we had $500 at the end of after calculating the blessings and paying people. So between the actual work that was done and now, we somehow spent $500 extra on top of the $2 per hour that we already gave them, which is pretty good, $6 per person for like 117 people. And not all of them did all the blessings, right? They didn't do their full checklist. I think there was like 20, 30 people that didn't do it. But we didn't need them to because we met the blessings anyway. So here's all the calculations in my mind that I'm saying for me, I can allow a little bit of wiggle room, but there's two reasons why I'm cracking down a little bit, Sahan. Is because studies show that when you don't let people know that you're keeping track of things, they don't feel respected. They think, well, it's not important enough for somebody to pay attention to. And then the subconscious optimizes for that, and then things just go wrong. So I pay attention to things to let people know they're being recognized, that the government cares about them and knows what their work is that they're doing, and that if they save a couple of dollars here, or they're honest over here, or they made a sacrifice over here, God's government notices. Right? We notice those things. We give immediate feedback that we notice. That's why we might still give Esther an honorarium, because in the beginning she was actually trying, but she didn't have the skills, or she oversold, or something happened. But yeah, I remember having like 500, and then we have this extra little bit that came in, I think. Well, whatever. Somehow we ended up spending all of that, and then we had like $100 and some left. Spent some of that, went to do the United Nations things, which is great. And unless you're using the funds to pay that Derek guy, right? Like if you have to pay people to do stuff, it's better to just be open, because the thing that throws me off is that I'm making plans, right? Like hope for the best, prepare for the worst, plot in all directions. The leaders have to plan. We have to make several plans to make sure we can keep going and take care of everybody. That's what responsible people do. They don't just fly by the seat of their pants. If they have to do that in the moment, they do that in an absolute emergency. But if you don't have to do that, leaders don't do that. They try and protect people ahead of time. That's how wars are actually won, is through logistics, not through this brutality. And a lot of the times, like Sun Tzu says, if you can avoid the battle entirely, not facetiously, but actually create a negotiation, then you win the greatest of all. The greatest military generals are the ones that don't have to go to war at all. Don't have to sacrifice anything. But if you have to, you have to have courage. But here's why I'm saying this, is because when I made a plan, I start building vision off of that plan, off of the data that we have. So now the vision is off, because the data changed. So that's why the data is very important, because it anchors what is realistically achievable. And this separates me and other great leaders from people who are armchair activists and wishful thinkers, is we create real plans based on real resources, and we budget those in a wise way, in a caring way. So that money was there, and I was thinking to myself, well, we could use it to try and bring more people on, but we don't have enough for 300 people anyway now. We're not even close. Right? When I thought we still had about $500 left, I thought, okay, it's worth trying to hire people on that. You know what I mean? Like 500 is enough to pay you for 1 hour. Is if we can get 300 people into a room for 1 hour, then for $1, and then we do the gift exchange. Now, if we could grow the golden volunteers to 300, pay them $1 to 300 or $1.50, and then top up the rest of it with a gift exchange that actually works because the software works and is tested. That's what my vision was before having to ask anybody else for any money or optimizing resources. When people hear that we're doing this and we're making progress on the gift exchange, right? There's progress, something new has happened. Then they're saying, wow, this is actually going somewhere. We're not just paying a bunch of people who are selfish, that don't really care about the actual movement or even me or anything. So the main point here is the two main concerns are, one is we don't want people to think we're not noticing or recognizing them for the extra effort they put in. And number two is we want our plans to be based on realistic, immediate feedback on data and not to hide anything in any of the control dramas, right? Whether it's intimidator, interrogator, aloof, or poor me. And that allows me to keep moving forward and optimizing when we don't have very good resources. But when I said, like, each piece of money is allocated for a specific task, and then this way people don't take us to town and think we're naive, right? So when I said spend it all, and we met the goal without spending it all, at that point I keep done. Now we're saving the rest because we're optimizing. We're trying to get somewhere. So any little piece that we can use to continue the next stage, we should, rather than go back and get gluttonous and then pack people's pockets and then they like, oh, look at, if I just lays about, or if we just wait around, the money will just come. Or if you overpaid, I think I saw that you paid somebody $26 to recruit somebody, which is like, that's like a full day's worth of work, like 12 hours worth of full-time work at good pay. Do you know what I mean? It's like 12 people's pay per hour. So, and this is not high, and the thing too, Sahan, is this is not high skill work. The software is actually doing most of it now. So the reason why we pay differently too is because the software is actually doing the harder things, like the reminders and all the stuff you guys were doing in the beginning was more tedious. So it was worth a little bit more pay. But then we optimized the system, and then we were more practiced, and like everything got more efficient, right? And then the pay, I adjusted the pay for that. And to keep bringing in more and more people and pay for training now. The training's the new thing. But now that the software is doing a lot of this, we're optimizing again. It's like super easy. You come, you make an account, you load up a website, and check off some check boxes for making a chat note and making sure you know how to use the software a little bit, right? Which technically takes 10 minutes. So why are we paying $2 full per hour, which is what moderately skilled people have or make with real jobs? So that's where I feel a little bit like we're being ripped off a little bit. But the software was not functioning totally right. So we gave a little bit of wiggle room and said, yeah, we'll pay the $2. And then after that, it's like, okay, we just lost $500, which is, in terms of your currency, right? That's a lot of money. That's like we just blew like a month and a half of people's full-time wage. If one person worked for a month and a half, I think. Right? Which is like 6 weeks worth of labor, And so this is where we want to get people to respect God's government and not just use it and make fun of it and think it's naive. And then they make ego battles, and it's like their lives are at risk. They don't know it yet, but their lives are at risk, and we want to be respected for that. Okay, so that's the full sort of thought that I had there. So we still have $55 left, and yeah, it is kind of strange that it's kind of, we'll call it a fib. You fibbed about it. But I think it's that you weren't thinking about it. Here's what I think, Hassan. I think personally, you've taken on extra jobs, like 2 or 3 extra jobs that you didn't want to tell me about or something. And then you're running by the seat of your pants a little bit. So you might also have undiagnosed disorder, right? You might have ADHD. You actually just can't hold the schedule, which is why your wife said, okay, you know what? You stay home with the kid. She'll go and be the structured one and like make the funds, right? That could also be happening, but we got to go to the next level of our friendship and our sort of quote unquote contract, the spirit license, which would be a good time to firm this up a bit. But for now, it was tracking your hours on the sheet, that spreadsheet, and showing the investors, the people who are actually giving their hard-earned money to keep us going. And they work hard. These people are really skilled. Like, we're talking surgeons, and we're talking engineers, and we're talking to people who went to school for thousands and thousands of hours, and they're paying kids basically to do 10 minutes of work, low skill, which is should technically be getting minimum wage. That's a hobby while they're going to school, right? Except for me and you. You're doing more of a manager kind of. You're helping me build teams now. So yeah, we've learned some lessons here, right? So you're learning that I'm really actually quite good with money. Even though it looks like I'm poor right now, I'm actually exceptionally good at money. I was debt free. I paid off all my schooling by myself. When I ran big, large events, like I threw an event that was $25,000 once, and we had tents. We had 10 huge tents. We had a 200-foot crane. We had a pumpkin drop. We had stages. We had 12 deans show up. We had the president show up. We had 12 busloads of kids from across the province. I paid for 2 whole parking lots worth of parking space for these people to set up all this kind of intense stuff. We had barbecues. We had lots of things. So my intuition is quite sharp, and I can sense things. I can sense when things are off, when somebody is doing something that's not in God's way or the truth. Not all the time because of free will, but a lot of the time, like enough to be more successful than most people, and pulling off impossible events, things that are impossible for most people. Miraculous things are possible when you operate in this way. So that's what I think we've learned here. Now this coming week, I'm going to be going to the hospital, and the hunger strike is starting. We have no money for any of them, so I'll probably spend this $55 on getting some nutrition. So if you can send that to me, then it'll buy me some time so that when the government sends me, I gotta think about this. I only have like a couple days left, so I have to eat quick. So we could split. I think it's $55 is like not a lot. Like the nutrients, like the vitamins that I take that are vegan are like $30. That's the problem. Anyway, this is a long recording, but I'll leave it there for now for a second. Yeah, so there's 2 kind of really concerning things here with the food is that it's really expensive. The vitamins that I bought or the pharmacist gave me are not vegan. So my friend bought me 3 containers of omega-3, which is very important for the brain and skin and everything like that. And I can't find the other 2 jars. And I only have like 5 or 6 pills left, which for 4 days is like barely one pill per day when I normally saturate my diet. I saturate, which is why I'm probably getting through without brain damage, and only my hand is numbing. Like all these, what's happening is pretty incredible, San. The last person that tried to go 66 days on plain water had a stroke basically in the same time that I was doing the hunger strike. So, yeah. I still feel like it's not clear what happened, Sahan, on last Monday. We had a plan. Part of it was my fault, but you're still supposed to come in a second time on that last Monday. And you didn't send me a text message or anything. So what was going on there? And the $130 that you need per month, why aren't you responding to that? You know? So these types of things, it's tracking and it's accountability. Yeah. I think we got to do that. My main concern now is making sure that I'm stocked up as much as possible in the final days. Like I have to buy tofu too. I like to buy tofu because it makes sure I have complete proteins, and it's relatively dense. I can get a lot of protein per bite. So my last 2 meals, like I don't even have any money to do the Chinese. I wanted to do some Chinese, like cook the Chinese vegan. I don't even have the money for that. Anyway, I guess we could talk about this like on a call. But yeah, like I want to have another start point to say, okay, are you caught up, Sahan, or are you thinking of doing like an Esther or an Ebubeshi and going back and saying, look at all these hours I worked and not paid for, even though I'm thinking like $100 kind of caught us up, and now we're supposed to do extra work that's going to start from scratch. And then I was going to use some of the $80 if the ladies didn't take it on keeping you going. But now it's sort of like we're in a place where either I eat properly before this hunger strike starts again, or I take a bigger risk and then try and pay you to do work that's not accountable. And so we just spent like $500. We don't know where the money went because you didn't keep the bank ledger like I asked you to. So all these people are like, wow, we just gave a bunch of money. We're not going to do that again. And we need them to do that again, Sahan. So yeah, I think we got a couple of things done, but for $500 in your currency, that's a lot. Do you know what I mean? Like that's paying me 6 weeks to work. So on the average wages, which is like $30, well, it's like, let's say $20 an hour, $25 an hour. It's a lot of money. It's like $6,000 or something, which, yeah. And I don't think that Abu Bechi and the rest of them, had $15 each at all. Not even close. Even one of them, never mind 4 of them for $6,000. Yeah, it's turning into greed. And of course, greed is a vice. I can't stand for that kind of evil. So if they're going to have that kind of behavior, we need to call it out. God's government's not a pushover. It's wise love, not blind love. If they're going to behave badly, then when I gave them more than enough notice, and there's a cultural thing going on in these countries that I'm noticing where they prime the space with unrealistic expectations and they try and hold you up to false expectations because they're so desperate and feeling entitled because of colonialism. So these are the real issues that have come to the fore, and this is what we're going to have to talk about as we bring on more people into the refugee status and the permanent residency and get the citizenship actually going for real. So we'll probably cancel the meeting on the 7th because I'll be in the hospital and they'll probably be kicking me out and doing a bunch of weird stuff to me and anyway. So then when I get back home, we'll start to plan the next week and say, okay, we might have lost all 300 of those people. Are any of the golden volunteers salvageable? And then I'll just have to go months without eating. And like once other parts of my body start to go numb, that's where I'm going to say, okay, it's actually happening a lot sooner. The damage is happening sooner because I'm not fully recovered. And we're just going to have to go like that. Okay, this is not a long recording, but I just wanted to say the diet is really important, Sahan. I think I sent extra money to... Oh, I have to look back. Even. I thought I sent a second batch of money over. I'll have to go check remotely. Yeah, I'm using AI to go over some of the payments too, so that's helping a little bit, but yeah, there's like 20 minutes of recordings, but it's really quite serious, Sahan. If we're going to build trust, we can't make a plan and then break it without any explanations. That's breaking my trust. I held up my end of the deal, right? I said, I'll come, I'll work with you, I'll keep doing these, like, I'll keep doing my side of the deal, my side of the deal, right? And I'm already going without food and making all these sacrifices already, and I'm not getting paid anything. So it's different. Like people trust that I'm being honest because I'm already doing the work beyond what is normally acceptable for somebody who's not being selfish. For people who are being selfish, they would never do what I'm doing. So it's very believable that I'm doing this for the right reason. Okay, so those are my concerns. We need to fix this. We need to do the $130, getting that set up and tracked to see your progress on that. And to see, so I can predict when you're going to drop off, right? Like I need to know what's fair. It's like, if I know that you still have $70 and I'm like, I have no money, Sahan, and your wife's expecting you to pay that, then I can just say in good faith, right? Because my plan accounts for it. I can say, okay, I'm going to work by myself for a week while you go and do your construction job, top up the 130. And if you have any spare hours, you can come and work with me under the agreement that I don't have any money. You're doing it voluntarily to try and save your child's life, my life. And then about the church. Yeah, it's real. It's like now you got to go and do the real work and confront the church and rise up and confront Emmanuel and say, is this guy really the Messiah or is he the Antichrist? Like all that stuff's gonna be real now. And you might chicken out and say, well, it's not worth it for free, and it's definitely not worth it for your faith, and you get a whole bunch of benefits from the church. All these types of things. You're gonna have to face it just like Peter had to face it when Jesus died. You're going to have to face it. But this time the Messiah is still alive. And same with you. The Messiah is still alive in you. And that'll require addressing the Bible as well. So I've been working on the software though, making a lot of progress. So if everybody abandons me, there's still a chance for it to take off ethically, and the Spirit will come because I'm true. I'm truth. Huh? I picked up. I didn't just pick up the cross. I built like a wheelie for it. We're wheeling that sucker around in a big cross, risking life like 30 times. So this is the true way, Sahan. This is it. And yeah, if somebody who's educated can come, like Walter Casper could come and validate that I know what I'm talking about. He might be the first one to vouch. So yeah, I can tell you didn't do the dean's presentation. Like, there's tons of money. Where's it all going? Unless you're feeling like it's back pay, and then it's like, okay. So I think what I'll do is I've learned a lesson too, that I think I'm going to outline tasks and just say, here's the estimated time for this task, get it done in this. Like, it'll be a little bit more micromanaged just in the beginnings until people can get to real citizenship. And then after that point, the trust is established because we have a bunch of things going with the creator categories and all this. So yeah, you keep me accountable, I'll keep you accountable, and we'll try and get somewhere that people will want to actually invest in. This is chump change what we have now compared to the unleashing of the true potential we have here. So I appreciate you being honest this time, Sahan, and let's keep it that way. I prefer to face things head on than avoid them, and letting them build up. So it looks like the schedule is completely smashed, so we need to sit down and talk about that again. Or if you can even continue. And yeah, let me just think here. If we split the money in half, 25 and 25, because I already paid you $100 in total, right? 50 and 50. You asked for a second 50. I think I asked if that would be enough to get us up until August 7th. I think you said yes, right? So unless that's changed. But yeah, at least the vitamins, I need those like pretty urgently. And when I looked online, it was $30 because they're vegan. So let me know if you can do that, Sahan. And then whatever's left over, maybe what I'll do is I'll try and do. Actually, I'll do a search here. This is a long recording, but I'm really thinking on my feet because, yeah, I have to keep adjusting to these constant changes of plan. But let me go on my delivery app here and see. And I wish my government did finally fix the problems on their side. They had bugs in their government software, and they fixed them. So I got registered today. But now it doesn't accept my bank account. So now I need to start up another bank account, but the bank accounts aren't free. Do you see what I mean? Like, I'm in the poverty trap. Like, way worse than you are, Sahan. I'm in the actual poverty trap. Verge of bankruptcy, $100,000 in court fees, phone bills behind, can't afford food. Like, it's really extreme what's happening here. And the people around me are like, well, we don't want to give any more money because they think I'm giving it to the Kenyans and Nigerians and Pakistanis. And now they're just laughing at them. And I'm like, no, they're not being exploited. These are good people. But there is something wrong still with the spirit. It's like nobody's really picking up the cross. They're all staying safe, like your priest. I'm surprised they haven't threatened you or a bunch of things. And yeah, none of them have actually talked to me like you have. So they should come and talk, or else they're not loving thy enemy. They're neglecting thy enemy and hoping they die, which is not the Christian way, not the concrete Christian. Anyway, all right, peace. Okay, so that's pretty concerning, right? He was not being honest. He told me one thing about the money, and it wasn't true. So all these people are going to come to me and say, you messed us over, you were... And it's like, well, actually, if you look at the other side of the story, the opposite is true. They're exploiting me. And that's a very sad fact, exploiting a man that's on like 30 hunger strikes. I already have nothing. This is pure inspiration. And yeah, we're at a point of yeah. So I think I'm being more than fair. I think I'm bending backwards actually, and it's just very sad. It's very sad how toxic even Christian culture is. It's like Jesus' message was, there is no greater love than to lay down one's life for one's friends. It's like not a single person is laying down their life. They're not even close. They're not even willing to stop eating for even a couple of days. We're not just bad. We're not just toxic. We're just like death. We're like heading towards death, careening towards death. Even if people are biologically alive, they're dead on the inside. They're zombies. Zombies pretending to be Christians and Muslims and Buddhists and Hindus, or conscientious citizens if you're atheist or secular. So anyway, this is another example where I think that there's a saving grace here where at least he fessed up to it. Whereas if it was more like Esther and Abu Bechi and they're trying to cover it up, it just adds insult to injury. And I can't go for it. I have to call it out as lovingly as I can, so that I'm still respected as a leader that knows what the truth is. And the truth is I've been exploited. And now I'm being gaslit by poor memories of people who are feeling entitled and greedy. Luckily, I took enough records to prove that. Thank goodness. The records have been improving. So this might be another example where I have to do that, but maybe I'll get AI to do it this time and make a bunch of ledgers and just make it very clear. And maybe even do a translated message in Swahili or other languages so that they can't claim, we didn't know, it was English, second language. That's no, you know. And then if you sign a contract or something. But that's a formal job. So anyway, we're doing the best we can. All right, so I'm hungry again a little bit. The meeting's going to start in 17 minutes. People might not show up. Batteries are both dead. Phone's about to die, so charging those is probably a good bet. And making some food, taking a nap is probably what I should have did. But I made progress in terms of the next stage of the journey. Anyway, I have a funny feeling I'm probably going to lose Sahan. Maybe for a little while, but it depends on how pure his heart is. Oh no. What just happened? What just happened? It turned off my something. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, for some reason it completely turned off the computer. Okay, I don't know why that happened, but the phone hit something. Okay. Not good. It's not good. Holy crow. Oh, deleted it. Oh, oh, ouch. Oh man, ouch. Oh, so all that I just wrote down was deleted. And I took screenshots of several things. You can clearly tell I'm getting cranky. This is the poverty trap. This is it. You're watching it right now. And this is pretty restrained, right? A lot of people would have freaked out by now because there's so much going wrong. But you gotta keep going. 5 steps forward, 4 steps back. But that one step matters. All right. And I stopped writing my updates in the software. And for 1 second, I deviated from that and deleted it. So, oh, it's not even the time, it's the energy. I have to process all the ways the software is working. Even with AI help, the designing is starting to become pretty intense now. All right. I got this big clump of hair on my head that's pulling on me. Feels like it might be coming up a little bit. Okay, let's redo this. I'm gonna boil some corn. Make some Peruvian purple corn. It's been sitting in my freezer for 3 months. Yeah, I've been recovering for a month. Starved for 2 months. Over 2 months. It's been 3 months since I had my Peruvian meal. That purple corn has been sitting in my freezer for 3 months. And it feels like I had a Peruvian meal just yesterday. What? You don't eat the corn? What? I'm not gonna get any. So I can't even eat the corn. Like all the food's not edible at my place. All right. Well, that's disappointing. Whatever. We're gonna cook it anyway. It adds sweetness. Super dark. Well, that's cool. The purple corn makes really purple broth, like instantly. Um, so we're gonna let that boil. Okay. It's about to crash again. Oh. Okay. Oh, the next piece of the puzzle fell into place. Great. Good, good, good. Oh. Let the crash again. Okay, retyped it all. My hand is just throbbing here, my pinky. You're looking for salvation. You found it. Get your butt in gear. We have a very short period of time. Oh. Purple corn is actually edible. And it gives the broth a really interesting taste. So let's put her together. For some reason my stomach is hurting. I'm not too sure why. Make this here. Is this already rotting? It is. Wow, that was fast. Right. Okay. So mung beans. Homegrown. I might as well put them all in there. There's some that sometimes don't sprout and cause a lot of issues. Delicious. Delicious. Put some tomato sauce in here. Give that some body. Running low on cabbage already. Incredible. Oh boy. Not cool. Oh boy. I think that might be good enough. I'm running low. have almost no cucumber left. I feel blessed that I even have cucumber. Love cucumber. I'm only going to have one slice. I'm saving the rest of my cucumber. I'm really running low. Onions. Poor man's cutting. That'll be more than enough. Now, and the rest goes in the soup. Okay. Salt. Oh, wait a second. Let's cut up cucumber. It's exactly how you end up cutting your fingers off. But Oh, that's a bit more than I wanted. I don't really like the mono diets. I have one canned jar of potatoes that my mother made, and I've been saving it for 6, maybe even 8 months, actually. We have some rosemary, some thyme, some summer in here. All part of the herbes de Provence. This is nice and saturated now. That's actually quite a bit of vegetables, relatively speaking. Okay. And we have chilies, but I'm actually going down. If I'm gonna make my, that's my China. Actually, I should probably do the search. Is this Chinese? Is chili oil sauce Chinese or Korean? Oh, it is Chinese. Chili flake oil is traditionally Chinese. Okay, at least I did one thing right. Good. So, I wanted to sort of do a bigger honor to China because all the other meals were quite large. But now that we're in the more serious part of the hunger strike, all the money is going towards the blessings and training people and software and all that. So, I have a tiny bit of chili flakes left. I don't have gochugaru. I do have Szechuan peppercorns. Oh, gochugaru is green. Okay, good, good. Wontons. I actually could kind of make wontons. If I made the batter, I could make some like flour ones. Oh, those dan dan noodles. Mashed cucumber salad. Well, too late for that. Darn it. I could try and save that little bit of cucumber for. Oh, I actually have to do it. I actually have to do it not day after tomorrow. It's all happening quite fast. So we have tomorrow, Tuesday, then Wednesday, and then Thursday I'm actually cooking and eating it. So that cucumber only has to last for another 2 days. Dim sum dipping sauces. I could make steamed bao. I could probably make most of these. So Szechuan chili, to wontons, dan dan noodles. Saliva vegan chicken. Punch with G. I could make I do have sesame seeds a little bit. I could make seitan chicken. And then dim sum, I could make something. Steam bao. Cool, good enough. I'm doing a little bit of research. I'm really riding the edge though. Picture. We got our purple corn. Oops. That's actually a pretty good shot. Purple corn is right in there. Makes it look more like raisins. I made that. Samjang. I made that already. Mm. Mm. The corn is actually pretty good. Pyongyang. I follow quite a few of these vegan cooks now. And I'm learning as much as I can. Mm. 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 Batch is actually, it's pretty good. What does it need? I think it needs a shot of apple cider vinegar. Oh no, I didn't too much. All right. Yeah, I think I had way too much. Shoot. Let's see. The peanut butter will balance it out if it's too strong with apple cider. Oh yeah. Mm. Stuff is notoriously. Once you get it, one drop anywhere, it's all over the place. And mine's olive oil. I don't use other seed oils, and it still tastes like chili oil. There was a ridge in my fingernail where I was starving and where I started eating again, probably. Wow, it's actually pronounced just on the thumbs though, both thumbs. Terrible shot. And that's a good shot right there, I think. My stomach is bloating because of the iron pill I probably took. Yeah, that's probably what it is. Probably. Ugh.